the Commission resumes, you will see a notice in front of you which says, switch your cell phones off. Would you please switch your cell phones off?
Ekukho isaziso apha esibhaliwe bakwethu esithi xa uphethe cellphone sicela okokuba uyithi ukuyicima ngoba ziyaphazamisa. Khona le tsebiso mona e reng ha o tshwere cellphone ke kopo ya modulasetulo gore o itime ka gore ena le go phazamisa.
Brigadier, you are still under oath?
Yes,
Speak the
Chairperson.
truth to the Commission. I think Mr. Gumbi is going to cross-examine this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm ready.
Right. Are you ready for your cross-examination?
Yes, Chairperson.
Would you please proceed?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Brigadier, before I could even start with my cross-examination, I would like to introduce myself to you. My name is Louis Gombi, instructed by Mafome attorneys. I represent Pop Crew in this proceeding, okay?
Obuza imbuzo ngoku ngumhlekazi uGumbi umele iPop Crew Union yamapolisa.
Okay, Brigadier, I have few questions for you. I've gone through training offered to various units within SAPS. And I've picked up that there are no negotiation skills, training, or conflict resolution training offered to SAP members or offered to those various units. Is that correct?
That is not correct. It's not reflected there, but it is a standalone course called the hostage negotiation and conflict resolution course. It is presented by the South African Police Service. I did not put the details in there because it's not as part of the outfit or the standard training for them. Individuals get selected and trained for that.
Uthi umhlekazi akaboni kwizincwadi ezibekiwe apha uba kukhona ucecesho olukhoyo pha emapoyiseni ngokubonisana ngokubambisana ngokuba kube khona intetho phakathi kwabantu. Uthi lukhona lo qeqesho alibhalwanga apha ngoba lo qeqesho olumilodwa.
Will I be correct, Brigadier, that that course is not offered as a basic course or a standardized one? There are few members who are selected.
That is correct, yes. It's not part of the training cycle for one of those specialized units, but individuals from those units can be nominated, and I have attended. I'm convinced that they have attended some of them.
Uthi oluqeqesho ke lokuba bakwazi ukubamba intetho babonisane nabantu xa kungekhona ukuvana ukuze kulethwe uvano. Luqeqesho olwenzelwe abantu abathize akuwona wonke umuntu ongena apha emapoliseni ofundiswayo. Kufundiswa abantu abakhethiwe apho.
Is there any criteria that is used to nominate those individuals, maybe?
It's dependent on the unit commanders to nominate them. As I said, it's not part of the basic training for those specialized units.
Njengoba ndishilo ke okokuba ubuza okokuba kukhethwa kanjani ke abantu abazawuthunyelwa kolo qeqesho uthi zi commander eziphethe kwizo zindawo ezikhetha abantu.
Training offered to these various units you've presented before this commission. On completion of their training, members of SAPS, are they advised about the working condition are they going to meet after completion of their training?
If we talk about basic training, yes, they enter into a memorandum of agreement, and members are prepared for whatever functions they are going to be doing. There is a lot of communication during course and interaction with trainers, so they understand what is the function that they are going to perform. Then we also have the websites of the police where members can get more information on the duties that is performed. Also, members enter into a job description where they sign and understand the functions that they will be performing.
Ubuza okokuba ipolisa eliye laqeqeshwa ke ngalondlela liye lixelele na okuba ziziphi izimo elizawuhlangana nazo kulomsebenzi liyowenza. Uthi ewe bayafundiswa oko nangaphandle kwakhona ke izincwadi nezinto ezithize kufanele bazifunde phaya baze baqonde kakuhle okuba umsebenzi wabo yintoni nantoni.
But they are prepared also again mentally.
I believe so, yes.
Bayalungisela ke nango kwasemqondweni okokuba izimo abangahle badibane nazo zinzima.
Brigadier, I wanted to put to you some certain facts that is alleged to be placed, that will be placed before this commission. Then I want your comment on the SAPS training or the role of the SAPS in labor dispute situation between the employer and the employee. And I will deal with those facts and you'll comment after that, after asking question. It is alleged before this honorable commission that before the 16th of August, 2012, strikers were on strike, that is mine strikers, because they demanded a salary of 12,500 rand from loan me, okay?
Kuthiwa ke apha kwaze kwaba khona esisiphithiphithi sabangela ekuzabalazeni kwabantu ngokuba bafuna ukonyuselwa iholo lide libethe ku 12,500.
It is further alleged that the senior police officers went there and they tried to persuade the employer and those striking mining workers to sit down and resolve these issues of which dispute the employees were demanding.
Kuthiwa ke kukho abakhona emapoliseni abaphakeme abakhulu abaya phaya bayothetha nomqashi okokuba makavume ukubonisana nabasebenzi bakhe ngale mbambano.
It is further alleged that the employer averred that the employees' wish demand falls outside the collective bargaining structure, so he was not prepared to negotiate with those striking miners.
Kwacaca ke ukuba umqashi akazimisele ukuba ayothethisana nabo ngoba ethi kukhona isivumelwano esibophayo phakathi kwakhe nabasebenzi esisasebenza ngelo xesha.
Do you get those facts?
Yes.
Ewe ndiyaziva izinto ozithethayo.
So, Brigadier, I wanted to know from you whether the SAPS, or is it highly possible that the senior official of the SAPS, they are trained to persuade the employer who is not willing to listen to wage demand of his employee?
Ubuza ngokuba abake basemapoliseni ekungibona baphethe abakhulu baqeqeshiwe bafundisiwe nako ukuba babonisane kanjani nomqeshi ukuze ayothetha nabantu bakhe.
If I understand the question correct, you ask whether senior officers are trained specifically to persuade people to participate in negotiation.
Labor dispute negotiation
Labor
in that
dispute
aspect.
negotiation.
Yes.
I cannot comment on that. I don't have or knowledge that people have done or specific people have done such courses.
Ubuza ezizifundiso kokuba bafundisiwe nako ukuba babonisana kanjani nomqashi ukude aye kubonisana nabasebenzi bakhe mayelana nembambano ezikhona eziphathelene nemivuzo.
But taking from the seniority of the level that you're speaking from, these officers are constantly in meetings, and I think that they have acquired certain negotiation skills and meeting skills that can assist in such regard.
Kodwa ke aba bantu uthetha ngabo ngabakhulu nyani apha emapoliseni abavamisile ukungena kwizinto ezinjengezo. Ndiyacinga okokuba ekuhambeni kwexesha baye bafumana bathola nolwazi olunzulu lokokuba zenziwa kanjani ukubonisana kanjani.
Okay, are they trained in conflict resolution mechanisms or situation?
There is such courses. I cannot say if those particular officers have undergone the courses.
Okay.
Kukhona ke izifundo ezibekiwe phaya emapoliseni apho bayakhona bayobonisana nabantu apho kukhona ukungevani okuthize xa kuzo kwisiphithiphithi.
If it is proven before this commission that on that day in question, senior members of the police officers tried to persuade the employer and the employee, and also they tried to facilitate negotiations between the employer and the employee, including the unions, what will be your comment?
I would say that was a responsible action from those police officers.
Xa kuthiwa ke ngaloo mini kwaba khona amapolisa aya phaya kuloo mina zama ukubonisana naye okokuba kuyawuba bhetele xa engathethisana nabantu bakhe ndizawuthi into entle le yenziwa ngamapolisa.
And that would be part of trying to find a peaceful solution to a dispute like that.
Ngelinye ke icebo lokokuba makuthethiswane kuze kugqitywe ezi ziphithiphithi zikhona.
So do they go beyond their mandate as police officer?
Yes, I would say so. And well, though it is expected of them to do everything possible to find peaceful solutions to such incidents. And as I said, that would be the responsible thing, and maybe they have gone further than they should have gone.
Ubuza okokuba abagqithanga na apho befanele ukuba bemise khona badlulelanga apho. Uthi hayi amapolisa adinga okokuba enze noma yintoni ekhoyo ukuze kungabi khona ukungevani. Ngakho ke ndizawuthi kusengomnye umsebenzi wabo uba yenze loo nto.
Thanks, Chairperson. I don't have any further question.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who represents any of the parties who wishes to cross-examine? I'll only give you my leave if you turn your microphone on. Granted.
Thank you. Brigadier, during the apartheid era, there was shooting at a crowd in the Eastern Cape, and a commission of inquiry was established, headed by Mr. Justice Kannemeyer. And he dealt in great detail on the use of the type of weapon that ought and ought not to be used. Do you remember that?
I can recall Kannemeyer Commission that there was one, but the details not,
Well,
unfortunately.
Ubuza okokuba usayikhumbula na ikomishini yayiphaya e-Eastern Cape apho kwakudujule khona
Let me remind
izithwele
you-
zabantu apho kwakusetshenziswa uJudge Kannemeyer okungiyena wayephethe
what
leyo
his
commission.
lordship said in that case, because shotguns were used with SSG pellets. For the benefit of all of us, is SSG the most dangerous piece of lead that's put into a cartridge? There's birdshot, there's buckshot, and there's SSG. You know that?
I know that there is ammunition like SSG.
Uthi apho kwasetshenziswa imbumbulu ezazibizwa SSG
And his lordship
ekwakungafanelanga okokuba
condemned
zisetshenziswe.
the use of SSG on the basis that there were only 16 to 18 pieces of lead in the cartridge, which qualified it as deadly ammunition. Would you accept that that is the SSG?
That's correct, yes.
Uyavuma ukuba le
condemned
SSG xa idujula
use
iphuma imbumbulu
of any-
ezingu-16 ingambulala umuntu.
He condemned the use of any ammunition which would cause death. You remember that?
UJudge Kannemeyer ke wathi mabayeke into yokusebenzisa imbumbulu enokubulala enokuthatha impilo yomuntu.
I have to take it from you, yes.
Ndiyayamukela loo ntetho yakhe.
Nor should they use buckshot, but if they had to, the shotgun with birdshot is a useful attack against a dangerous crowd. Do you recall that?
No, I do not recall, but I can take it from you.
Uthi lezi ezibizwa ngokuba zii-buckshots
Because-
kwathiwa zingasetshenziswa xa izixhwele ziyingozi kakhulu. Izihlwele ezo
Birdshot-
ziyingozi kakhulu.
Will not kill. It may theoretically injure an eye, which is a serious injury. But unless it is used within a very short distance, it will not kill. Would you agree with that?
I'm not a ballistic expert, but I think it makes sense what you are saying, so that if it is used on a close range, it will definitely kill. But I do not want to comment because I'm not a ballistic expert on ammunition.
Well, but you will-
Andiyochwepheshe ke kwezo,
accept
kodwa ke
that
ndivumelana
if,
nawe
if need be,
okokuba
we will lead evidence. But the more important thing is that I was informed overnight by a source that I trust, one of your ex-colleagues,
ndixelelwe phezolo ngomnye wayengamapolisa okokuba
that despite the fact that the shotgun with bird shot was an effective firearm to use for crowd control,
esithi lumpu ubizwa ngokuba yi-buckshot usebenza kakuhle ekulawuleni izihlwele.
your seniors in not too distant past have withdrawn the shotgun, even with bird shot, much
Abakuphethe ke
to the
kwixesha nje
objection of people who had experience that it was an effective weapon and should not have been withdrawn. What do you say to that?
I would say that buckshot or birdshot, as you call it, falls.
No, there's a difference between
birdshot.
buckshot and birdshot.
Birdshot falls do not falls within less lethal ammunition because it can kill.
i-bird shot
And,
lothetha ngayo iyabulala.
And I believe that that is why it was removed from use and replaced with rubber ball ammunition.
Yiko kwabhalwa okokuba ingasasetshenziswa kodwa kusetshenziswe endaweni yayo i-rubber balls.
But instead of our 4 and our 5 and our 6, wouldn't it have been a less dangerous arm to use for the control of crowds? Do you recall that there was a debate within the police force whether it was a wise decision to withdraw shotguns?
I recall that there was a debate on withdrawing all lead ammunition, which is the buckshot, the AAA, and the birdshot, and that it was subsequently withdrawn.
Ndiyayikhumbula intetho okokuba kwaba khona intetho xa kuthi ezi zixhobo mazingasasetshenziswa kwaba khona intetho eyayikhona phakathi kwamapolisa.
Because it was considered lethal ammunition and replaced with rubber ammunition.
Kwagqityakwe ngokuba mazisuswe ezo zixhobo ezinokubulala kusetshenziswe ezi zerabha.
As to the specific ballistic effect of birdshot, I cannot comment because I'm not a ballistic expert.
Andinalo ke ulwazi ngeke nikwazi ukuphendula okokuba
Do you
ubungozi
know-
bayo bungakanani ngoba andiyochwepheshe kulonto.
Do you know whether there are still people within the police force that actually condemn the decision to substitute birdshot with other more lethal ammunition and guns?
No, I have not come across such a person.
Uyabuzwa
come
okokuba
across.
uyazi na okokuba apha emapoliseni kusekhona abantu abanengxaki ngalonto okokuba
And you don't want to
mazingasetyenziswa ezo
express a
zixhobo.
personal opinion?
No, I do not want to express a personal opinion, sir.
Thank you
Mna
for the
ngokwami ke
opportunity,
andinantetho.
Mr. Chairman.
Do you have any re-examination for the witness?
Not re-examination, Chair, because we did not lead the witness. Mr. Badlander has a few questions for the witness. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Semenya, who led the witness, you're quite right.
Thank you, Chair.
And Mr. Semenya is not here, but I see he sent someone from the bench, from the substitutes bench, to run on the field and take over from him. But do I understand you to say that Mr. Budlander would like to ask questions now?
Yes, yes, Chair.
Actually, by way of cross-examination.
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Mr. Budlander.
Thank you, Chairman. Brigadier, a few questions about how the training system operates first. Where are the POPs personnel trained?
The POPs personnel is trained at Mankwe, Operational Tactical Academy, just outside Rustenburg.
Ubuzwa umhlekazi uBadlenda ukuthi afundiswa phi aqeqeshwa phi amapolisa lawe pops uthi apha ngaseMangwe. Kuso
Such courses also presented in Cape Town, in Fora, by the Provincial Training Section.
nase Cape Town lukhona uqeqesho olunjengalo kwenye indawo.
Those are the primary areas where it's presented.
Zindawo ezimbini ke apho uqeqesho olusetshenziswa khona kakhulu.
Does the police college have any role in the training of POPs personnel?
Only during basic training, the areas that I alluded, where they do a theoretical discussion with the members on POPs training, but not the police academy in Tshwane. Is that the one you're referring to?
No, what we used to know as the South African Police College. Does that still have a function in relation to this?
So we've got 24 at this stage.
They're all police colleges?
Yes.
Okwangoku ama training colleges amapolisa ang 24 kuzwelonke.
That's why I say if you refer to police college, generally we talk about Tshwane. But in the basic academies, they do the theoretical part in learning area 6.
Apha emapolisa sekungeneni ke afundiswa kancinci nje ngezinto eziphathelene nePOPs.
So if we talk about police college, that's really a collection of a number of different sites, all undertaking various training activities.
Yes, and they specialize in different fields of training.
Asithetha ngepolice training college lilapha yaneTshwane ePretoria ifundisa ke zonke ezizinto ezifundwa xa besesemsebenzini apho befundiswa khona ubuchwepheshe.
Do you know whether the police college trainers, if I can call them that, have basic texts which they use for this training in public order policing?
Like manuals, for instance?
Manuals, textbooks, etc.
Yes, there is a prescribed program, and though the training is very practical in nature, there is learner guides and presenters guides.
Zikhona ke izincwadi ezibhaliwe imiqulu abanikezwa yona bayifunde kuthi emva kokuba sebayifundile ke bese bayokwenza ezo zinto ezibhalwe apho.
So there are presenter guides and there are learner guides. Are you aware of any other materials which are used for the training? Written materials, that is?
No.
Apande kwezinto engazo ke akukho ezinye engizaziyo izinto okufundiswa ngazo phaya.
And who trains those trainers?
Trainers, in the last period before the World Cup, the French were involved in training the crowd management trainers. And there's also crowd management train the trainer, as we call it, with members from POP units are called up and they are trained by fellow POP members, experienced ones that is certified trainers.
Aphambi kwemidlalo ka-2010 apha babefundiswa ababe public order policing befundiswa abantu base-France. Kuthi emva koko ke kwase kuba khona abafundisa abafundayo babizwa ngokuba train the trainers bakhona apha emapoliseni.
And what written materials would those who are training the trainers use for that purpose?
They would also use learner, trainer handouts, and basically the same as I said for the platoon members.
Ababa ke betrain the trainer bafundisa zona ezo zincwadi ezifundiswa phaya kumapolisa lawa angenayo.
I understand that training in a matter like this is partly a matter of training from experience and teaching from experience, but is there any theoretical training which is provided by reference to standard textbooks, for example?
That is the learner guides that we're referring to.
Ezi zincwadi ngithetha ngazo i-learner guides ziyafana ne-textbooks zincwadi eziphathelene nezifundo zalapha emapoliseni ngaphandle kokuthi ke umuntu ofundisa abanye ebaqeqesha ubaqeqesha ngolwazi naye alifumene khona apha emsebenzini.
Because this is huge groups that is trained at any given time, they depend on slideshows, discussions with members, and that forms part of the presenters guides that they then utilize to train the members. And a lot of the training is also done in practice outside.
Ngokuthi kuziswa abantu abaninzi abeza apho bazofunda banika ke lemiqulu bafunde kube khona ongenayo athethe nabo kufunde ezi zinto kuthi ekugqibeleni ke kuphunywe kuyokwenziwa leyo msebenzi bekade bafundiswa ngayo apho.
I understand that. What I'm interested in is on what materials the people who prepare the trainers' guides rely in preparing those guides. It surely doesn't just come out of their heads. They must derive it from somewhere.
That is where the curriculum developers come in, and they would do the necessary research. As I mentioned, the French was closely involved prior to 2010 when the crowd management was sort of revamped. And I would believe that would be best if that question is posed to curriculum developers.
Kukho aba ekuthiwa curriculum developers abababhala izincwadi ezekufundiswa ngazo. Uthi lo mbuzo xa ungajongiswa kubo mhlawumbe bangakwazi ukuba bawuphendule bhetele.
I understand. I assume the curriculum developers would have access to materials, what I could call primary materials, from which they would derive the materials which they prepare in the guides which are used.
I suppose so, yes, sir.
Ndiyabona okokuba ezi zinto bazibhale kwezi zincwadi zabo nabo bazifunde bazithatha kwezinye abazifundileyo.
And where are the curriculum developers based?
They're in Pretoria, based at our head office.
Aba ndithetha ngabo ke baphaya office elikhulu lethu head office ePretoria.
So they would presumably have access to materials at head office which they could use for developing their guides.
I suppose so, yes.
Ndiyacinga okokuba ezi zincwadi ndithetha ngazo le mqulu banayo phaya head office ebafundisa ngayo aba bafundi.
Right, then to move to another subject, do you know what training is given on the pharmacological impact of tear gas?
No, not that I can recall.
Do you know whether any training is given on the pharmacological impact of tear gas?
No.
Uyabuza okokuba ke kho izifundo ezinikwayo na ngokwenziwa kwe-tear gas.
Do you know whether any training is given on the likely behavioral consequences of being subjected to tear gas?
Ubuza okokuba kukho izifundo eziye zinikezwe phaya okokuba umuntu odujile nge-tear gas uza kuziphatha kanjani, uza kwenza ntoni.
No, I do not know that. What I know is that, no, I do not know.
Andazi ke apha.
Presumably the curriculum developers would be the people to ask about that.
Yes, and also the trainers that's actually presenting the course.
Ii-trainers ezizifundisayo zingakwazi ukuphendula lo mbuzo nalaba ababhala izincwadi zokufundisa.
Then I want to ask you something about the Regulation of Gatherings Act. You mentioned that this is one of the core legal instruments on which public order police are trained.
Yes.
Do you know that that act had its origins in the work of the Goldstone Commission on the Prevention of Public Violence and Intimidation?
No, I didn't know that.
Uyabuza okokuba uyazi na ukuba lo mthetho ophathelene nolawulo lwezihlwele zabantu uze kanjani ukuthi wenziwa iCommission kaGoldstone emva kokuba isiphandile. Uthi akayazi lona.
Have you ever heard of the report prepared by the Goldstone panel on the lawful control of gatherings in South Africa?
I've heard of it, I haven't seen it.
Ndike ndeva ke ngalo ncwadi eyabhalwa emva kokuba kwenziwe izigqibo zeleyo commission apho babhala khona okokuba makwenziwe ntoni kwixesha elizayo.
So you know in general terms that there were recommendations, excuse me, that there were recommendations by an international panel which was constituted for this purpose.
Yes.
Uyavuma okokuba kwakho abantu abavela nakwamanye amazwe abangaphandle abebencedisa kule commission abaye nabo benza izindululo ezithize.
Then finally, Brigadier, I want to make sure that I understand your evidence correctly. I am correct in understanding that the Special Task Force are not trained in public order policing.
That is correct, yes.
Ewe aba be-Special Task Force abafundiswanga baqeqeshwanga ekulawulweni izihlwele.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have no further questions.
Any re-examination from the side of the police? Mr. Tibedi, are you going to?
Mr. Chairman, TF Matibedi, no re-examination.
No re-examination. So you put yourself on record just to say you've got nothing to say. An example that I hope may be followed.
Umhlekazi Mathibedi ome egaleni lika mhlekazi lo ungekho namhlanje.
Thank you, Brigadier. I take it you'd like to be excused, unless you want to stay in attendance to hear what happens next.
I'll attend in the auditorium, in the seats on that side. Thank you very much, sir.
Right. Thank you. You're excused.
Yabulela ubrigadier usigqibile ngoku. Thank you.
Tibedi, do you wish to lead any further evidence?
Not at this stage, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with regard to the ballistic report, my instructions are that it is available. IPID was advised to go and collect it from the forensics laboratorium in Pretoria.
That's excellent
Umhlekazi
news.
Mathibedi
Thank you very
uxela ukuba
Mr. Madlanga, I take it you heard what Mr. Tebedi said.
ireport le
Mathibedi,
ballistic
sorry.
ikhona ilandiwe
I'll get it
ngabakwa
right eventually.
IPID.
Thank you. You heard that. I don't know whether you can send people to fetch it or whether IPID have to fetch it and you've got to get it from them. But anyway, it's obviously necessary that we get it as soon as possible.
Kubalulekile kokuba siyifumane ngokunxama andazi ukuba uzakwenza ntoni na.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we will get it fairly urgently. It seems there are certain formalities with regard to us laying our hands on it. Yesterday, Mr. Semenya had actually promised to give it to us yesterday still, but later in the day he said because these are IPID investigations on SAPS, it has to be given to IPID. And so we will get it from IPID, but we'll make a follow-up with them and make sure that we get it soon, Chair.
I'm sure a pair of scissors will be found which will be sharp enough to cut through the red tape. Right. Now,
We get hard copies because for some of us, we have no printing facilities here, so that will be delays in getting them. Will there be any hard copies available, please?
I think Ms. Pillay is the person to whom these questions have to be directed. But you've asked the question, now let's see whether she can answer it.
Mr. Chairperson, we'll have a look at the size of the document and what the nature of the document, whether it's capable of being printed in hard copy, and if it is, we'll definitely make copies for whichever parties don't have access to photocopies.
I don't know how long it's going to be, but presumably it's going to take it with practically every bullet or bullet fragment that was found. I don't know how many were found. And then I take it will relate back to the firearms which were used during the operation and which firearm was used to fire which bullet. So it may be quite a longish document, actually, but anyway. But never mind how long it is, it may be that Mr. Bezos and his colleagues will need it. And as he correctly says, a hard copy may well be very necessary for him. Anyway, that's a matter you can deal with outside the auditorium.
Bazawubonisana ke ngale ncwadi umhlekazi Bezos no Miss Pillay emva kokuba sekugqitshwa apha ukuba ifumaneka kanjani lo ncwadi. Kuthathwa ngencwadi ye-ballistics. I-ballistics lena ke i-report evela phaya ezawukhombisa okokuba iimbumbulu ezadutshulwa lapho zingaphi, ngeyiphi imbumbulu eyenzakalisa abani, ngeyiphi eyabulala abani, njalo njalo zonke ezo mbumbulu ezasetshenziswa nemipu eyasetshenziswa apho.
Mr. Madlanga?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the arrangement between the evidence leaders and SAPS was that after the brigadier, SAPS would lead yet another witness, and that was to have been a witness that was to deal with firearms, the use of firearms, what effect each firearm has on a human being, how each type of firearm ejects cartridge cases, and so on and so on. This morning, Mr. Mathibedi says that he's not ready to lead that witness. The reason is that they have decided to add something to the witness that initially we had agreed the witness would deal with, and that addition has necessitated that they precognize the witness prior to calling him today. And he says that they will only be ready to call that witness tomorrow. Chairperson, commissioners, and colleagues, what we also intended doing is for my colleagues, Matthew Shaskelson and Charles Wesley, to play some video footage. They have put a collection which is fairly lengthy, and our belief is that this is footage that should be viewed by our learned colleagues and the Commission prior to some of the witnesses being led. So because of what my learned friend told us only this morning, I would suggest that the Commission adjourn for a short while, and I hope it won't be too long, and we'll indicate when we'll be ready with the video footage.
Very well, the Commission will,
Umhlekazi Madlangu bechaza apha okokuba ingqina belifanele libizwe namhlanje ilipolisa bekufanele lizochaza ngokusebenza kwemipu ukuba sebenza kanjani. Kodwa ngoba kuye kuba kukhona izinto ezongezwa elingqina likwazi ukubizwa namhlanje lizothi libe khona ngomso. Ucela iCommission okokuba kube khona imfanekiso ezawuboniswa apha phambi kokuba lize elongqina.
well, the Commission will adjourn for a short while and will resume after we have been told that the evidence leaders are ready to proceed with the videos that they wish to show us.
iCommission izawuma kancinci nje sawubiza ngabo xa sebelungile.
Commission resumes. Mr. Shasterson, I believe you will be presenting the videos. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson. We have a series of videos for each day from the 9th of August to the 16th of August. And in view of the fact that at a later stage parties may want to refer to specific videos, our suggestion would be that we give each video or each day an annexure number. And so if the 9th of August...
An exhibit number.
An exhibit number, I beg your pardon, Mr. Chairperson. So that if the 9th of August becomes Exhibit U, then there'll be Exhibit U1 and Exhibit U2 on the 9th.
We have an Exhibit U, and in fact, it's something I omitted to deal with earlier. Ms. Pillay is very kindly looking after the exhibits labeling for us, reserved a letter for an exhibit that we haven't yet got yet. So I hope we'll get that perhaps in the course of the day, if possible, or tomorrow anyway. But the next one then is V, is that correct? Ms.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
So we work it then that the 9th will be Exhibit V, is that correct? W will be the 10th. X will be the 11th. Y will be the 12th. Z will be the 13th. AA will be the 14th. BB will be the 15th.
Mr. Chairperson, we don't have videos from the 15th, or we won't be showing videos from the 15th. We do have some, but we aren't proposing to show them.
Cancel that for the moment. BB will then be the 16th. But if there's a possibility we'll use something from the 15th, then maybe we must, it makes it easier if they're in sequence. Is there a possibility that the 15th will be used?
There certainly is. Other parties, there are videos that other parties may wish to show. There is, for instance, a video of Mr. Matunjwa addressing the crowd from within a Nyala.
Okay. It sounds sensible for us to keep BB then for the 15th. And CC will be the 16th. Is that in order?
It is, Mr. Chairperson. And before we start with the videos, if I might explain, when I introduce a video, I will give an indication of who the camera person is who took the video, and also the approximate time of day at which the video was taken. In due course, if any of these details are, we will try to get these details admitted by the parties, but if needs be, affidavits can be put up confirming them from all of the individual.
I think you should also try to find out and give to us where the cameraman was. In other words, what spot the camera was located when the pictures were taken. That may have a relevance as well.
We will attempt to do so. If we can then start with the first video on the 9th of August.
Mr. Chesterton, I think Mr. Nsibeza raised his hand and turned on his microphone, so let's find out what he wants.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, through you, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to establish whether the video material that is being presented to us is all the video material that the evidence leaders have from wherever they get them from, or whether they are edited versions, or whether they know whether they are the full material or not, so that we should even before we see them, anticipate that it may be edited versions, or it may be the full material, or yeah, I just want to know that.
Chesterton, you've heard the interrogatory. Are you able to answer it?
I am, Mr. Chairperson. It's certainly not all the video evidence that we've received. That video evidence probably runs to several days of playing time. We have selected materials which we regard as sufficiently important to be played in commission. We've made available all of the evidence, the video evidence that we've received to other parties, and we certainly don't suggest that this is the only relevant video evidence, but in respect of the other video evidence, if parties want to refer to it in cross-examination of a witness, or even as evidence in its own right, we certainly wouldn't stand in their way if they sought to do so. What I will do in relation to contextualizing the clips that we are showing today is when we show a clip, we will give you the directory address where that clip is to be found in either the SAPS hard drive or the Lonman hard drive that was made available for distribution yesterday. And we will also give an indication of, to give an example, the first clip that we're playing on the 9th is a file that's called quadruple9.mts. It's the 9th file in a series of short clips of, that were taken on the 9th of August. We will certainly indicate when the clip that we show is one of many clips of the same event. We've chosen just to show one or two because it becomes very repetitive to show them all and very time consuming. But we don't for a minute suggest that other parties should be precluded from showing other clips, referring to other clips.
Apha bekuthethwa ngemfanekiso ezoboniswa ngoku njengoba iphumile nje commission ikho imfanekiso yevideo ezokhonjiswa ekusuka ngomhla zingu-9 kude kubethe umhla ka-16 uthi ezi video akunakukhonjiswa iivideo zonke eziphelele zikhona noko kukho ezithiywe ezikhethiwe ubungqina obuthize baza kubuveza xa amagqwetha afuna ezi zigcweleyo banakuzifumana ngoba baziphethe nazo.
Chair, I'm comforted by the assurance that the full versions are available to the parties.
Understood they had already been made available. I don't know whether your side, the parties for whom you appear, have been given them. But if they haven't been, I'm sure that's an omission which should be rectified as soon as possible.
No, we'll sort it out. I'm sure yeah. We'll sort it out.
Uthiwo nolisiwe ke umhlekazi usebenza ukuba xa zifuneka ezi video apho zigcwele khona ziza kwenziwa bazawunikezwa zona ngoba kathanda ukuba bakhombise izinto ezithize kube khona inhlangothi ezithize ezingavezwayo.
Mr. Chairman, I also proceed on the basis that or offer an assurance that there isn't material that may be of such a nature that the families need to be accommodated elsewhere.
Mr. Shastelson is very well aware
of
that
together.
aspect, and when any material of that kind is to be shown, a warning will be given, because we've seen in the past what's happened when people have unexpectedly seen material relating to their loved ones. It's caused them a great deal of emotional distress, and we wouldn't want a repetition of that.
Njengoba umhlekazi Shackleton eyazi le mfanekiso ukuba ibonisa ntoni, siyawuthi xa sifika apho imfanekiso imibi khona apho ingahle iphathe kakubi izihlobo nezalamane sithi kuyimisa kancinci kube khona umyalelo njengalowo kokuba xa kukho ozangaphatheka kabi ngemfanekiso ezawulandela akade ukuphuma kancinci xa ungafuni ubona into ezakuvisa ubuhlungu.
Mr. Chairperson, then to introduce the first two videos from the 9th of August, these are videos of a crowd of striking mine workers. The videos were taken by a Lonman security officer, Mr. Buerta. The date stamp on the two videos that we will be playing, which are called 0009 and, well, quadruple 09 and 0010, are 10:35 a.m. and 11:40 a.m. respectively. Before we show those videos, if I can give the directory address, it's on the Lonman hard drive. The directory is /video recordings, /PW Buerta, /999 and .mts and 00010.mts. That directory is a directory in which videos taken by Mr. Buerta over the full period relevant to the Commission are included sequentially or chronologically. Each file has properties which record the approximate date and time on which the file, on which the video was taken. The files relating to the 9th of August start at quadruple 07 and run to 0010. We will be showing 9 and 10, and we show them merely because they describe, well, they show, they depict the gathering, a gathering of striking mine workers before any of the particular incidents of conflict had broken out. And this crowd looks slightly different to the manner in which the crowd appears on the 14th, 15th, and 16th. So if you can
Ubexela ukuba ivideo lezo ibonisa okokuqala yathathwa ngabakalon min umhlekazi uBhoda ubungqina azama ukubuletha okokuba kwakungekho ziqholoqholo ngeso sikhathi izihlwele zohlukile kwezinye zizawuvela kwivideo ezizawulandela.
I take it the lights will be turned out when the videos are shown, because particularly sitting where we are, we find it difficult to see the screen clearly if the lights above us are on because of the glare.
I think someone is attending to that now, Mr. Chairperson.
Kusamele nje ukuba kucime imibani lena ngoba xa sihleli apha no i-commission phayihleli khona izibane zikhanya kakhulu bangakwazi ukuba bayibone kakuhle ivideo.
Mr. Chairperson, it's apparently taking longer than we anticipated. The 10th, we are going to show material of the march of mine workers to the Lonmin offices. We'll be showing some material that was taken by Lonmin security officers. We'll also be showing the full unedited footage taken by the SAPS, part of which was shown in slide 15 of the SAPS presentation. And we'll show footage of the marchers leaving the Lonmin offices as well. If I might, assistance is on its way in relation to the lights, I'm told. But possibly, if I might give directory addresses for the videos that will be shown on the 10th while we wait for them. The first video is again from the Lonman drive. It's /video recordings, /2012-08-10-March, /PW Buerta, /AMCU 2012077.mts, 2012077.
eyawulandela lapho ke yomhla ka-10 leyomhla ka-10 nayo yathathwa bakwa-Lonmin ithathwa nguyena umhlekazi uBhota izawukhombisa ibonisa ke yona imarch abantu besiya e-ofisini zakwa-Lonmin iphinde babonise xa sebesuka apho.
And maybe if I can restate the file number, it's actually AMCU 2012-077 it's the same sequence of numbers, but it's 2012-077, and that directory runs from 2012-067 to 2012-079. We'll just be showing the 077 file from that directory.
Ezi zinto azifundayo apha zinamba zevidiyo ezixa bezidinga abanye kokuba zifunyanwa phi.
The full range in that directory runs from approximately 7:25 a.m. to 9:07 a.m., 7:25 to 9:07.
Namaxesha ebekade yenzeka ngaso eso sehlakalo iyaboniswa apha komabonakude.
And the video clip which we will be showing is 43 seconds at approximately 8:41 a.m. The next video of the 10th is on the Lonman drive, /video recordings, /2012-08-10-March, /Cully, CALLIE, /0001. That is a video taken by a Lonman security officer, Mr. Cully Miles, M-I-L-E-S. At approximately 9:58 a.m.
Thetha ngevideo yesibini eyobonisa ngomhla ka-10 eyathathwa usecurity waphaya kwa-Lonmin uMiles ethethe ngexesha lika-9 yaze yaphela phaya kungakapheli u-10.
The directory of Mr. Miles's videos of the day runs from /0, or runs from 1 to 12. There are 12. I apologize, 1 to 15. And the video at 15 is taken at approximately 12:53 p.m.
Le mifanekiso izawubonisa namaxesha ethethwe ngayo le mifanekiso.
And Mr. Miles has 15 clips of the march of the workers from before they arrive at the Lonman offices, and then departing the Lonman offices. In addition,
Izawubonisa le mifanekiso ukuza kwabo abaqhankqalazi ngexesha bephaya ema-ofisini akwa-Lonmin nangexesha sebehamba.
we will show 2 of the clips of the workers en route to the Lonman offices. Those are files 1 and 2. We will then show the SAPS footage, which was taken by a Warrant Officer Masinya. Well, if I can get to Warrant Officer Masinya's description when in advance of showing his clip. So if we can then start with the 2 clips of the 9th of August of the crowd of mine workers on the 9th of August.
lizawungena ke yomhla ka-9 August 2012 eyokuqala kwezimbini.
Thursday, 09/08/2012, RDO meeting, Wonderkop, 10:35. Seems as if the meeting has started. Plus minus 350 to 500 people estimated. No illegal activity. Crowd calm. No concerns at this stage.
If we can move straight on to the second clip from the 9th of August.
Siya kule yesibini ke yomhla ka-9 August.
11:40, 09/08/2012. RDO meeting dispersed peacefully. No incidents at this stage. No illegal activity.
Mr. Chairperson, we showed those two clips simply to show the crowd on the 9th of September, and the observations which we would make are, firstly, that there are no traditional weapons at all, not even sticks. And secondly, even Mr. Buerta, the Lonman security officer, saw nothing sufficient to attract his attention in relation to illegal activity or anything that demanded his response. It's his voiceover that we hear on that tape.
Injongo yethu yokubonisa lo mfanekiso wange-9 njengoba naye uBotha esitsho okokuba kwakungekho dushe lwalukhona apha njengoba sizibonile bekungekho nomuntu ophethe nantonga le uthi bekungekho zixhobo zibonakalayo phaa.
If we move then to the 10th of August, as mentioned earlier, the first clip that we will show is a clip taken by Mr. Buerta at approximately 8:41 a.m. of the march of mine workers towards the Lonman offices.
Njengoba sichilo ke umfanekiso wathathwa nguye uBhota mina elandelayo mhla ka10 ngexesha lika 8:41 kusiwa phaya kwaLonmin.
Friday, 10th August 2012, 08:45. Large group of people, RDL operators, Lonman, Marikana, on the bridge at BMR Smelter on the way to LPD main building to make certain demands or to hand over a memorandum to senior management. Crowd at this stage is peaceful.
Okokuba esisihlwele sisebridgini phaya eBrohweni siya kwiLonmin sifuna ukuyothetha nomanager maqondana nemivuzo yabo usho nexesha ababe ngalo phaya.
They are only marching on the main road to LPD main building.
Uchaza okokuba kwakuyiwaphi ke phaya uthi kuseMarikana.
Our next clip is at approximately 9:58
Elandelayo ithethe ngo9:58
and is taken by Mr. Miles.
ile yathathwa nguMiles.
Mr. Chairperson, from the, that clip is quadruple 01 in the sequence of Mr. Miles at /video recordings /2012-08-10-March /Cully. When I said it was taken at approximately 9:58, that is what the file records. From the sequence, we infer that that is a picture of the march stopped at a certain point between forming up and arriving at the Lonman offices. If we move to the next clip, which is in the same directory and is the next file in that directory, file quadruple 02, it is Mr. Miles's clip taken according to his camera at 11:07:40, and by this stage the march has got up and moved on again in the direction of the Lonman offices. They are shortly to arrive at the Lonman offices.
Kulo mfanekiso besujongile uthi baye banqandwa bengafiki phaya njengoba kuzawuqhubekwa kulo olandelayo apho sebechubeka khona.
Mr. Chairperson, the next video which we will be showing is the video taken of the gathering at Lonmin offices by Warrant Officer Masinya. It picks up shortly after the end of the video that we have just seen. Warrant Officer Masinya's videos of the 10th and 13th of August, which we'll be showing, have no time records because they were taken on an analog camera, an analog video camera. But from comparing his video footage with the video footage that we've just seen and the video footage that we will see from Mr. Miles at the end of the sequence, we can locate his video at roughly 11:15 or sometime between 8 minutes past 11 and 11:30 on the morning of the 10th of August.
Lilandelayo ke ilandela emva kokuba siye sajonga le ebe sijongile ephelele apha amadoda bebetha khona eligwijwe lithi dubula ize yeza yaze yaphelela apho uthi ngoku le ixhumana nalena enye.
Just to repeat that parts of this footage were shown as slide 15 of the SAPS presentation. What we are showing is the full unedited footage that we have received from Warrant Officer Masinya.
Liyathathwa nguMasinya ke ike yavela kwimifanekiso yase SABC.
Warrant Officer Masinya, Rustenburg Public Order Policy. Today is the 10th of August 2012. I'm at Lonmin, where there is some chaos. People are demanding salary increase, and then they refuse to go to work. I'm not going to take the footage starting at about 11:30 in the morning. I'm not beginning with the capturing of the footage officially.
Uthetha phaa ngasemva uyasho kokuba nguMasinya uyasho nokuba uphi uselonmin uyothatha le mfanekiso ezawubonakala.
Today is the 10th of August 2012. I'm at Lonmin, where there is some chaos. People are demanding salary increase, and then they refuse to go to work. I'm not going to take the footage starting at about 11:30 in the morning. I'm not beginning with the capturing of the footage officially.
Yeah!
people demand their money, and this is the opposite part of the delegation.
Top structures, brief. As I was speaking, I went inside. We were busy talking to General Mbembe, because I can't get hold of him. He's not answering his phone. Just to speak on that. This is our standpoint. So we are, besides you guys engaging, we are engaging with the structures so that they are aware.
The conversation between what looked like a police officer and some of the miners, which was recorded in the soundtrack, but it was too soft for us to hear clearly what was said. Could that perhaps be repeated with the volume slightly higher?
Mr. Chairperson, it is in fact a conversation between a Lonman representative and SAPS people present. I don't think it's going to harm to hear it. So it's just very simple to rewind it so that we can hear it again.
Also, in communication with top structures, brief. As I was speaking, I went inside. We were busy talking to General Mbembe, because I can't get hold of him. He's not answering his phone. Just to speak on that. This is our standpoint. So we are, besides you guys engaging, we are engaging with the structures so that they are aware.
Mr. Chairperson, would you like us to replay that again, or was that good enough?
The only thing I could hear from was the mention of the name General Mbembe, and then the response by one of the workers was, Tina ayivuma lo into. We are not in agreement with that.
Do I see ammunition around someone's waist? If so, who is he and which side is he on?
Umbuzo apha umhlekazi ubhizo sokokuba kho zixhobo ezivelele na xa kuba kukho ophethe izixhobo makutshiwo uba ngubani naye intoni la ephethe.
Justin, the difficulty I've got is that I take it you can give Mr. Bezos the information he wants, but we can't carry on with this. We can't cross-examine the video. If people want to make notes as to information they require, they can ask it of the relevant witnesses when they're called. But in deference to Mr. Bezos' seniority, I think we should give him the information he now seeks.
Uthi umgcini sihlalo akunawubuzwa imibuzo kwi-video ikwazi ukuphendula kodwa ke ngoba naku umhlekazi uBezos ngumuntu osekhulile nyani umkhulu into ophakeme phaya masimnike lo mpendulo.
I'm in the embarrassing situation of not being able to give Mr. Bezos the information he seeks. What I can say is that they are rubber bullets. and that you will hear on the video they are described as being rubber bullets, only rubber. At a certain point, one of the police officers, I think, says. I don't want to say that they are police officers as opposed to lawnman security. There were both police officers and lawnman security present at the time.
We can accept with a fair degree of certainty that it wasn't one of the miners who had those.
Apha ke sinenyaniswa ephelele njengoba akuyena omnye wabasebenzi mgodini ophethe ezombumbulu ngamapolisa ikanene be-lawnman security abaphethe ezimbumbulu zerabha, i-rubber bullets.
But if I can possibly be of assistance to Mr. Bezos, there is much better audio in relation to the ammunition in the sequence of clips.
Time we'll try and work it out on one-to-one basis with Mr. Cheskels.
With your top structures to brief them. As I speak, and I went inside, we were busy talking to General Mbembe, because I can't get hold of him. He's not answering his phone. Just to brief him that this is our standpoint. So we are, besides you guys engaging, we are engaging with the structures so they are aware.
You were saying, Tina, ayivuma lo into wena. Tshela lapha kaThina. We are not in agreement with what you are saying to us.
Give us that chance and then be patient. is now 12 o'clock, and these people, management hasn't been able to speak to them. Then they decided to take their own actions at later stage. No, let them hear.
Mr. Chairman, that is the end of the of Warrant Officer Messinia's footage of the 13th. If I might explain, we'll first give the directory address, which I haven't given yet. It's on the SAPS hard drive, /videos, /2012-08-13, not 10, -13, /CH223 _ 0814 _ 1124.mpg.
Ezi number bezifunda apha umhlekazi zikhombisa okokuba nomfanekiso wathathwa ngubani xa bewufuna ufunyanwa phi naphi.
And if I might briefly explain, that file is all of the analog footage that Warrant Officer Messinia took between on the 10th and on the 13th. Because he was working off an analog camera, it wasn't broken up into digital clips like the other files are. So the file includes footage from the 10th and the 13th. What we just rolled into was the start of the footage of the 13th.
Le mfanekiso yathathwa nguMasinya njengoba esitsho nje ithatha nge-digital camera engahlukanisanga kokuba yeyiphi yathathwa mhla ka-10 lilandelayo yathathwa mhla ka-13 ngecamera eyodwa.
The last clip that we would show from the 10th is Mr. Miles's clip taken at approximately 12:07 of the workers leaving Lonman.
Lilandelayo yathathwa nguMiles emva kwa-12 ngexesha abasebenzi besuka phaya e-ofisi zakwa-Lonmin.
It is 00012.mts in the directory /Kali to which we've already referred.
Le nto athetha ngayo yinamba yayo okokuba xa amagqwetha eyifuna ayayifumana phi.
And before leaving the 10th, we would merely repeat that in that directory on the Lonman drive, the /Kali directory, there is a fairly full sequence of clips of this march from before it arrives at the Lonman offices until after it has left. We haven't shown them all because they duplicate a lot of what is on Warrant Officer Messinia's video, and we preferred to show Warrant Officer Messinia's video in full because that is has already been shown as part of the SAPS presentation, and we thought we would elevate it into evidence at this point.
Uchaza kokuba kanawubonisa ezinye zakwa-Lonmin ngoba ziphinda-phinda yona le nto ethethwe ngaba bakwa-SAPS.
Moving then to the 11th of August,
Siza ngokumhla ka-11 ku-August.
The first footage that we propose to show is footage taken from a fixed camera in the Wonderkorp compound at Lonmin. It's camera 218 of Lonmin's fixed CCTV cameras. And this will be footage of the march of striking workers to the NUM offices before the incident on the 11th of August. Unfortunately, the CCTV camera cannot reach to film the NUM officers themselves, but what you do see is the crowd going down in the direction of the NUM officers.
Apha ke ngumboniso obonisa abaqhankqalazi besihla beya ngase-ofisini zakwa-NUM.
The time on the CCTV camera is 9:34 a.m.
Ixesha elibonakala phaya kule camera zezi camera ezibekiwe kuthiwa zi-CCTV ngo-9 wasekuseni.
We've been informed by Lonmin that this particular CCTV camera is approximately 5 minutes slow, so that real time would have been approximately 9:39 a.m.
Xesha kuyawuba ngo-9:39 ngoba bakwa-Lonmin basicela ukuba isemva le camera ngemizuzu emihlanu.
In order to play this file in the commission, we have had to save an AVI file from the original Lonmin footage. The original Lonmin footage has a timestamp running through it. That footage can be found at SAPS hard drive /videos /2012-08-11 /1108-2012 camera 218.
Unikeza apha ke kumaqeda inamba yaleyo camera nokuthi ingafunyana kuphi njengoba abanika ezo zinamba bekade zifunda.
If we can play the video at this point. that is the footage that we have. If we are going to be showing a few clips from various Lonman CCTV cameras, and if I might, at this point, simply indicate that those cameras are movement activated, but they can also be controlled. So sometimes when one sees interruptions in the sequence, that may be because the camera is only reactivating again because of movement. When one looks at the file in the original file, there is a continuous time running through the camera, so where there are interruptions, one can estimate the length of those interruptions from the timestamp running on that file.
Le mifanekiso besijongile ngoku yathathwa kwi-cameras zakwa-Lonmin. Zezi cameras ezibizwa ngokuba CCTV ezisesigxotyeni zimile. Kuyakwazi ke nokokuba zijikiswe xa kukho into eyenzekayo zijonge kwelo cala.
The next file of the 11th is a file taken by Mr. Botha, a video taken by Mr. Botha of Lonmin. It appears to be a video taken shortly after the incident at the NUM offices. It is time-stamped 10:10 a.m. and its directory address is on the Lonmin hard drive, /videos, /2012-08-11-RDOs, brackets AMCU, close brackets, /00026 MTS. It is one of two videos that Mr. Botha took at the time. It's 26 and 27. We will only show 26.
Ezilandelayo sobonisa nje number 26 zimbini zathathwa nguBotha eziphathelene neAMCU uthi ngeli xesha sebegqithile phaya kwisehlakalo esisase ofisini zeNUM.
Ten minutes past 10 in the morning. The large groups at Nakeng village is gathering. They're going to split up in groups for Korea, Easterns and Westerns to discuss the way forward. At this stage now,
abahlangene phaya ngasenkanini kuzothethwa ngemivuzo.
Violence. No SAPS on the scene, only mine security members. After a shooting incident of 2 people allegedly from Korea area, the situation is fairly calm at this stage. No direct threat to security.
Kube ngoku kakho zixholo-xholo eziye zabakhona uthi kubonakala kusathulile kwangoku.
Mr. Chairperson, if I can possibly correct the time that I gave. I said it was 10:10 a.m. Mr. Botha timestamps at 11:08 himself on his video, as everyone heard. 10:10 is the time that the video recorded at the time on the properties of the video file. But because these video cameras are notoriously inaccurate, I would be inclined to go with Mr. Botha's statement of the time himself.
Uye wabeka nexesha ke uBotha athethe ngayo lo mfanekiso.
The next 3 videos, or 4 videos,
ezizawulandela ngoku
are videos taken by Mr. Botha later that afternoon, which he describes as videos of a group of NUM members at Wonderkorp.
uthi uBotha wazithatha emva kwadine ngalowo mini mhla ka-11 August amalungu enum awathatha phaya eWonderkorp.
They run sequentially, and so I think it might make sense just to watch them one after another. They are to be found on the Lonman hard drive, /video recording, /2012-08-11-num group, /00028 to 00031.
Ube chaza apho bangazifumana khona xa kunesidingo sokuthi bayozijonga zizawuza ngokulandelana kwazo.
Results. Yep. Ja, hier is nou mannen. Check je pangas en goed dit label uit. Yes. Ja, ik denk dit is wat gaan gebeuren. Ja, ik heb gezien die monsters hier. Dat is raar. Raar.
If we can move straight to the next one.
Man, je groot spiezen wel besluit uitgenoeg gedaan is.
Sorry, if we can run through to the 6th video. Mr. Chair, those are all of our videos for the 11th of August. If we can move then to the 12th of August, and the first footage that we will be showing is footage from the same fixed Lonman CCTV camera 218. This is footage shortly after the confrontation between striking mine workers and Lonman security, in which the two Lonman security guards, Mr. Fundi and Mr. Mabelani, were killed. We do not see direct footage of that incident, but there may nevertheless be some footage which is of a distressing nature to relatives of Mr. Fundi and Mr. Mabulani.
We'll give them a minute to leave the auditorium if they're in the auditorium and wish to leave.
Kuthiwa kwimfanekiso olandelayo kukhona izithombe ezingenhlanga noko zika mama uFundi noMabelane. Besicela okokuba mabaphume bangaphatheki kakubi ngezinto ezawubonakala. Kikupa ya rona eo.
In the meantime, if I might describe the source directory of this file, the original footage is on the SAPS hard drive, /Lonman strike, /CCTV footages, /12-08-2012, camera 218.
Bebaxelela inamba apho ifumaneka khona le video xa befuna ukuyijonga abamele amacala ohlukahlukile.
For technical reasons, we've had to break up that whole file into 4 consecutive sub-files to be able to play it on the system here, but the source file is continuous, and what we have attempted to do is to ensure that all of the footage on the source file is covered in the clips that we will be playing shortly.
Lumfanekiso wahlula kane kodwa ngumfanekiso owodwa kwivideo uyalandelana apha sohlule nje ukuze ubonakale kakuhle.
There are points on this video where smoke will blow across, which we infer to be smoke from the burning of the cars in which Mr. Mabulani and Fundi were killed. There is also footage which we may have to point out at a certain point of one of the one of the protesters attempting to, showing a shotgun which appears to be the shotgun that was taken from the security officers.
Uthi kule mfanekiso kuzawuba khona umsi ozawubonakala umsi ovela kwezinqwele ezimbili ezo security ezatshiswa apho kukho nomnye wabaqhankqalazo zawuvela apho ephethe shotgun lo wathathwa komnye wama security officers la.
If we can then start the video. being replayed. We can replay it if that would be convenient. The man just to the left of the telegraph pole has a shotgun in his hand, pointed down to the ground. Being pointed out with the mouse at the moment.
Nangu lo mbu athetha ngawo uphethwe yile ndoda apho kukhombisa apho khona le nto eyolathayo.
Is that a shotgun?
We're fairly confident that it is. There's an attempt to load it later on.
My request is going to be to you that individually hand those things over. Listen, please. The last thing was in Sotho. It's not very clear what has been said.
Ladies and gentlemen, azikho emthethweni. So noma nisuka lapha ngiya kulaba abasentabeni. Akufuzakala kuthi nihlale ngale.
Could you stop? I'm indicating that it stops. If this could be repeated again.
Ladies and gentlemen, azikho emthethweni.
These things that you have are not allowed by law.
So noma nisuka lapha ngiya kulaba abasentabeni.
From here, I'm going to proceed to those on the mountain.
Akufuzakala kuthi nihlale ngale ndlela niyenze nibuthabuthane ngoba noma ubuthana manje.
And you are not supposed to be seated this manner. You are not supposed to gather together as you are seated now.
Ufuza uyaqala ukubuthana niadreswe ngama-leaders away.
Before gathering like this, you have got to get permission to have such a gathering and be addressed by your leaders.
Anifuzange kuthi nihlangane ngaleli hlobo.
You are not supposed to be gathering in this manner.
Ngoba ukuhlangana kwenu ngaleli hlobo alikho nasemthethweni.
Because the gathering as you are gathered now is against the law.
Manje-ke size lapha sizoyitshela leyo nto ukuthi ningaphindi futhi.
We are here to come and explain to you that this should not happen again.
Nihlangane ngaleli hlobo.
To gather in this fashion.
Amaphoyisa amabe nihlangane ngaleli hlobo bazenza.
That sentence is not complete. If you just repeat the
Mthethweni. Manje-ke size lapha sizoyitshela leyo nto ukuthi ningaphindi futhi.
I again request the last sentence. It wasn't complete, and when you
kuthi nihlale ngale ndlela niyenze nibuthabuthane ngoba noma ubuthana manje ufuza uyaqala ukubuthana niadreswe ngama-leaders away. Anifuzange kuthi nihlangane ngaleli hlobo ngoba ukuhlangana kwenu ngaleli hlobo alikho nasemthethweni. Manje-ke size lapha sizoyitshela leyo nto ukuthi ningaphindi futhi nihlangane ngaleli hlobo.
the point where he says, we have come here to explain to you that in future you should not be gathering in this manner.
Amaphoyisa amabe nihlangana ngaleli hlobo bazenza-ke bathi nihlukane. Masisuka lapha.
If you again meet in this manner, the police will then tell you to disperse.
Siya kulaba abasentabeni.
From there, we're proceeding to those on the mountain.
Babatshela ukuthi anifuzanga ukuthi nihlale entabeni.
To go and explain to them that they are not supposed to gather on the mountain there
Anifuzanga ukuthi nihlale ngalelo hlobo.
and not gather in this manner.
Zanga ukuthi niphathe imikhonto lena.
And you are not supposed to be carrying, and then says carrying, somebody in the background says dangerous weapon, and then the general says the assegais you are carrying.
Ngoba imikhonto lena iphethe ayikho emthethweni.
Because the spears that you have are illegal.
Yonke into ebesona thina khona lapha kulo ndawo lo thina khona.
That is what we want to tell you. Those are the ends of the general's word. If it could just be repeated for this one who's saying something in Fanagalo from the beginning.
Yonke into ebesona thina khona lapha kulo ndawo lo thina khona lapha.
We are here where we are gathered now.
Lo manje tabambile yena. Thina buyila ngalo dlame. Lo sikhathi nacama ukuthi tabuyela dlame. Bhethe tinambani zonke tothebo ndawo etahlala lona etahlala labo tadabane lawo ndawo yena.
We are gathered here peacefully. We are not here to commit any violence. If you believe we are violent, you can accompany us up to the place where we stay.
Mani zonke lo into lothi ngazivuma yena yena lokubamba lo mayinto lo manje so bhethe thamba lapho lo ndawo lothina khona lapha kayena zonke nanini nama nathina lokukhombisa ukuthi thina yilwa.
We do have these things that we are carrying, referring to the things he has in his hands, but we are not fighting. We want to prove to you that we are not fighting by accompanying us to our place where we stay.
Yebo baba. Number 1. Nina maphoyisa straight. Nina maphoyisa straight. Thina khona lapha
Says
ngarodimi.
the first thing, yes, sir, my father, you are police, you are straight policeman. If you just slide back a bit.
Zonke nanini nama nathina lokukhombisa ukuthi thina yilwa.
You are not fighting.
Yebo baba.
Yes, sir,
Number 1.
father,
Nina maphoyisa straight. Nina maphoyisa straight. Thina khona lapha ngarodimi. Thina
we are in Lawn Mill.
Dungisa do Marika thina lapha rodimi. Thina chopa pasi mgodi.
We-
Thina yilwa
We
na
are
do
trying to fix our salaries at Lawn Mill. We work in the ground, under the ground. We are not fighting.
Thina khona lo into lo thina funa dungisa ndaba thina kumile lapha thina thola lo ma security lo ga lo mai. Ayikhona nini? Yena khuluma zikho lo into lo thina funa. Bethe thina buyela muva. Yena zama kudubula lapha. Yena khuluma yena.
We went out and we came across mine securities who told us this thing we're talking about is just not there. May I again request just slightly backwards?
Nini? Yena khuluma zikho lo into lo thina funa. Bethe thina buyela muva. Yena zama
There's nothing, this thing that we're talking about is just not there. The best is for us to go back.
kudubula lapha. Yena khuluma yena.
He tried to shoot at us. I'm sorry, I didn't get this one. If you could just return back to where you said.
Yena khuluma zikho lo into lo thina funa bethe thina buyela muva yena zama kudubula lapha. Yena khuluma yena.
He said that he would give us the reply. That was after he said he had tried to shoot at us, and then he said he will try to bring us a reply.
Thina yilwa nalo zonke umuntu thina cela lo phela baba.
Not fighting anybody whatsoever. We are only asking for
namuntu kwalo government thina funa lo mali lo ngathina lapha manje.
You are government people, the only thing we want is our money, money that belongs to us.
Yes. Ngiyacela tata. Njengoba besivumelene ukuthi sicela ukuya le nani sebelana. Zinto sicela ukuthi ningazithisi sinike manje sihambeni. Uma ngabe icingo ngithatha ngezi zonke.
First thing he said, we have mentioned that we are not fighting. We are asking for your permission. We're asking you to accompany us instead. That you accompany us. We are not fighting at all. Where are you going to hand over those things to us? Is it at the mountain? We had been asked by the workers at the mountain to go. We are now taking the response, the reply back to them. That's why we want you to accompany us to go and tell them what the reply is. We will be prepared to hand over the things that you have. If you people would go there and get the manager to come and give us the reply that we want. That is all we want. We are not fighting anybody. We did not fight anybody. That person is the one who fought with us. We have not caused any trouble, and we're only saying one thing: we are not going to talk again. Our request is that we want all these men to proceed with us to the place where we are. If the last would be repeated once more. We are saying we want this man to accompany us to all the place, to the place where we have been. And thereafter, then you can go and get the employer to come back to us. We not want the money, we want a reply to what our request has been. If you just very slightly to the back. If you then can go to our management, and if you want our leaders, we have our leaders amongst ourselves here. I'm sorry, if that could be repeated.
Muva kaloku ninabuya nihamba lapha lo-management kathina ngasikhathi niyafuna ngobakhokela zikhona yena lapha kathina yena abantu banajonga mkhulu kuphela lapha sikomkhokheli lapha kathina yena
Correct this. If you say you want to talk to our leaders right now, we do not have the leaders here amongst ourselves as we are.
siyacela lapha kanina ngasikhathi ninayilona thina thina hambani zonke lapha londawo lothina hlala yena ngasikhathi
Is that if you are not fighting us, please accompany us to where we are present, where we presently are.
inaziza lapha kathina inakhuluma ninacela lomayintano thinakhulula yena ngalonhliziyo lapho londawo lothina khona ninabuyela lo mlungu lo yena qashile thina.
Okay, just tell me what.
And I don't know how much longer this particular clip goes on for. It's already 1 o'clock. I can see that the interpreters, already beyond 1 o'clock, the interpreters obviously getting very tired. So if it's convenient and appropriate, we can either adjourn now or perhaps a little bit further down into the clip if it's near the end. But one's ability to absorb all this material does tend to weaken as time goes on. And I'm not only referring to myself.
Mr. Chairperson, it may be convenient to adjourn at this point because this clip, it does run for a little while longer.
Thank you. Sakuthatha ixesha lokutya ngokuyabuya.
Light goes on.
once. We are asking this gentleman to please go.
Khulumile tata lapha thina thina emotional isikhathi thina and plus khuluma one igama tasiphila khuluma nendaba asikhona makhawunta kungakhuluma thina khulumile tata abatata bonke mabahambe nathi siye kulondawo thina hlalile lapha kayena muva kaloko.
What we are requesting is that all these men should accompany us to the place where we have been.
Siye kulondawo thina hlalile lapha kayena muva kaloko mina hamba buyisa lo mlungu lokalomali nathi nafuna mali nabuyisa lo mpendo lokalomali ninabamba lo mali.
And thereafter, you people should then go to the employer, come back with the employer. We don't want money. We want the response, the reply that we expect from him. We will then thereafter give you all these items that we have, that you're demanding from us.
Sukela thinakalile le nto thinayiwile lawo umuntu thinahambani zonke tinahamba lapho londawo lokuthina khona muva kaloko ninabuya nihamba lapho lo-management kathina lesikhathi niyafuna lobakhophe loba.
All this time from when this thing started, we never fought anybody. The only thing we are asking is that you go to our management.
Muva kaloko ninabuya nihamba lapho lo-management kathina lesikhathi niyafuna lobakhophe zikhona yena lapho kathina yena abantu banajoba mkhulu kuphela lapho sikomkhokheli lapho kathina.
Since you want our leaders, I must tell you, we don't have our leaders amongst us here. These are the people that are working inside the mine.
Yena lento tlacela lapha kanina lesikhathi ninayilona kuthina sinahambani zonke lapho londawo lokuthina hlala yena lesikhathi na inaziza lapha kathina inakhuluma ninacela lomayintelo thinakhulula yena ngalonhliziyo lapho londawo lokuthina khona ninabuya nalo mlungu lo yena qashile thina nalo intelo nalo mpendulo lothina funa lapha kayena.
We will then give you all these things with our open hearts so that you come back with the person that employs us, our employer, and we talk to him. He brings us the reply. After the employer has come here and told us when he's going to give us what we're demanding, we will not keep on sitting on the mountains. We will go back to our residences. Since you people came to us here, you have seen that we are fighting nobody. You have seen that we are not fighting, but the problem is our employer does not want to come to us to give us the response that we are demanding from him. He does not come himself. Instead, he sends somebody else. If he brings us that response, we are not going to fight. We will then go back to our residences. On Saturday, On Saturday, we were going back to our residences when the security police came and shot at us. They killed 2 of our people, and that is the reason we are angry.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that is not what the person was saying. What I understood him to be saying is that they killed our 2 people, that is why we're carrying the things we are carrying. So perhaps they can play the tape so that Mr. Interpreter can...
On Saturday, we went back to the places where we stay. And the people, the security police, together with the people from NAM, attacked and killed 2 of our people. And that is the reason we are carrying these things. He indicates the things that we are carrying. We are not fighting anybody. We are only making this request. Our request is that you accompany us to where we stay. We will give these instruments at the place where we stay. Give you these things at the place where we're asking you to take us to, at the place where we stay. We will go there together with you. One thing that hurts me, my heart, is that I see faces that are similar to mine. If I see you, I see a face that looks like mine. That's what hurts me, that makes my heart very sore. And then there's a voice which says, please listen, please listen. We understand what your request is, but we are still pleading. We're pleading that you accompany us, we go along with you. We are not refusing to hand over these things. Go along with us, we will then give you these things there. Nobody should go ahead and nobody should come behind. We all go together. Once you have taken us to where we stay, then you come together with our employers. You will then get these things that you want. At the place where we are, and then the question is asked where we are at the mountain. We are at the mountain, but if you want to talk to us, we will come to the place where you request us to come to. We'll come there to listen to what our employer says about what our demands are. Why he did not come to us on Friday. We did not fight. Even the mine police. Even from the mine police where we came, we did not fight. We told them we are proceeding towards we said to the mine police that we are not fighting, we are going to the place where we have been. Something about Nam people shot and killed 2 of our people. And that is why we are carrying things such as this indicate. We are not fighting those people. We are going to sing our song, We Plead With You.
Whatever action that we take place is because of they are not cooperating.
There's a voice that says they are not cooperative, and any action that is going to be taken is because they are not cooperative.
I am still convinced that because we can continue this for a moment.
We want to take these weapons. I am counting. I am counting. I'm please asking you to listen to me. Let me just talk and finish. My fathers, please listen to me. We asked the mine police, and they allowed us to go with our things to over there, the place where we have been. They also know that we are not fighting anybody. What we are actually asking is that you bring our management, even the people from Marikana West knows that there are people who are fighting us. We have been informed that there are police which have already arrived at that side. They are waiting for us. What we are requesting from you is to guard us, accompany us. We are not causing any damage. We are not eating anything that does not belong to us. What we are asking is, as soon as we arrived on that hill, you will then come, and these things that we have, we will, as soon as we arrive over there, these things that we have here, we will come to you, Daddy, and then there's an interjection. Then there's a voice says, Tata, Tata, and then quiet. Tata, I said I've got no problem with you. If I may just interpret the request from the speaker who's appearing, he's saying, please, I beg you to listen to me. And then there's a voice that says, Tata, listen. I said to you, I have no problems with you. I only want the spears. That's all. I only want the spears. I want the spears. Now, if I don't get the spears, I am not going to allow you to go past.
Mr. Chairperson, just to explain at this point, the video is not continuous. Warrant Officer Masinya is now taking a later shot. We're not sure what the gap between the two shots are, but he's had to, well, the crowd has subsequently marched off the railway line towards the field, and he's had to come round to be at their front or to be in front of them as they come onto the field to take this shot. On the file, it looks continuous because the file is where this analog tape was converted into digital format.
Uchaza apha ke ukuthi njengoba nibonile apho igqibele khona apho bekuthetha khona kuye kwaba khona apho inqamuka khona lo bethatha wabesejikela ezovela kweli cala kwelinye icala apha sazi okokuba ithethe ixesha elingakanani ingahlanganiswanga.
Sorry, it just occurred to me, Mr. Chairperson, the footage in relation to Mr. Jokanisi is about to take place now, and I'm not sure if his family are present, but if they are and they do not want to be present.
I'm glad you've mentioned that. Anyone here who's a member of the family or a friend of Mr. Jokanisi,
Make sichazeke futhi bakwethu okokuba xa kukho izilamani
give you a
izihlobo
minute to leave
zika
because
Mufi
there
uJokanisi
pictures of him are having been
sicela okokuba bake
which
bathi
will
kushenxa
cause a lot
kancinci ngoba kuzawuvela imfaniso yakhe engemhle noko apha engeke bayithande. Sisicelo sika commissioner okokuba ohlobene naye zalamani zakhe ezingahle zive ubuhlungu zithi ukushenxa kancinci. I beg your pardon? The jacket, thanks. Sivene kuba izihlobo nezalamani zikaJokanisi zithi shanqa kancinci.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just would like to make sure, because this is a scene where also 2 members of the police were attacked. So I just want to make sure that, there are scenes, that scene does not, depict those bodies.
Our intention, Mr. Chairperson, was to stop at the end of the footage of Mr. Jokanisi and not to run forward where there are some fairly gruesome shots of policemen which have already been shown in the police presentation. So we're not, well, I'm hoping that we stop before those shots come up.
Kukho imfanekiso ezolandela phaya ngasekugcineni yamapolisa onzakala
Just
phaya.
on one occasion, I think when Mr. Budlander was presenting videos, by mistake, the video went on and something was seen that people hadn't been warned about. It's better to give a warning which is not necessary than not give a warning and have the video go on in circumstances where distress is caused.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairperson. And then it's any family members of the 2 police officers who were killed on the day. It's I think it is Warrant Officer Mohene and Warrant Officer Lepaka.
The family tsa maphodisa mabedi ya tlhokafetse letsatsi leo le ona kopua gore ha ile gore ba teng ka mona ba tswele ka ntle izalamane za mapholisa lawa mabili warrant officer le ene nalo nomnye abasweleka ngalo mina xa bekhona apha endini sicela ukuba mabaphume ngoba khona imfanekiso yabo noko engathandeki. Lomnye warrant officer Lipaka the other one is Munene. Warrant officer Munene and Mpaka. Lepaka. Ha ona le family tsa batho bao ke kupo ya gore ba tswele ka montle ka gore gona le ditshwantsho tse hla mona tse tla utlwisang botlhoko mo difamileng. Izihlobo nezalamane zalawo mapolisa amabili warrant officer abeni babise ngamagama xa bekhona pha bashenxe kancinci ngoba khona imfanekiso ezawuvela apha engemhle engahle ibaphathe kakubi.
Mr. Chairperson, our next video from the 13th is a Lonman fixed camera video from the central workshops at the Korea mine. The full footage is to be found on the SAPS hard drive in the directory /videos /2012-08-13 /1308 2012 camera 426. We are showing a clip of approximately 5 minutes, which on the timeline of that CCTV camera runs from 2:25:24 to 2:30:11. And the clip starts, to contextualize it in relation to the footage that we have just seen from Warrant Officer Masinya. It starts at the point that the crowd of mine workers is moving from the railway line onto the field. So what one first sees on the clip is the police vehicles that were behind that crowd reversing. And in due course, we will see that crowd coming onto the field. This clip and the next clip provide a very good footage of how the incident on the 13th broke out. There are two separate Lonman CCTV cameras from different angles that capture the outbreak of conflict on the 13th.
Apha ke ubechaza kokuba imfanekiso ezolandela ithethwe zikhamera ezimbili zakwa Lonman izawukhombisa ixhume kule ebese yenzeka apho ukhombisa kokuba kuzawubakho imoto zamapolisa ezihamba umva apho khombisa kakuhle kokuba esahlakalo somhla ka-13 senzeke kanjani.
Mr. Chairperson, there is no close-up footage of a distressing nature, and it's not possible to identify any individuals from the footage, but this is the scene in which 5 people lost their lives, and if the family members of the 5 would prefer not to see this footage, we would like to draw that to their attention. It is the 2 police officers, Moheni and Lapaka, Mr. Jokanisi, to whom we've already referred, Mr. Mati, and Mr. Sokanyile.
Apha ke athetha ngabo bazawuvela kulomfanekiso uthi noma imifanekiso yabo ingayimbi njengaleyana kodwa imifanekiso yalabo ababize ngamagama xa kukho izalamane nezihlobo ezingathanda ukuyibona lento zingake zethu ukuphuma kancinci. Mona re bua ka ditshwantsho tse 5 tsa batho ba hlokafetseng ba bang ke maphodisa a mabedi go na le ntate Joganisi go na le e mong ba babedi ba re buileng ka bona o mong ke Mathe omnye wa bongo Mathe and no Sokanyile xa kukho izalamane zabo bantu besicela ukuba xa bangathanda ukuzibona baphume.
Mr. Chairperson, that is the first tear gas canister or stun grenade that is fired by the police.
Apha ke khombisa i-stun grenade tear gas yokuqala eyadutshulwa ngamapolisa.
We have it at approximately 2 minutes, 3 seconds into this clip. And if I could stop the clip at this stage, if I could ask you, Mr. Commissioner, and Commissioners, just to mark a line on what looks like lights of sorts facing in either direction, that pole with lights at the top, that the cloud of tear gas is essentially on that line. Why it's of significance is at the end of this clip, we see where one of the policemen was killed, and it is in fact on that line.
Uthi xa echaza ukuba njengoba ujongile uyabona umsi apho ukhona ubethwe apha umsi kuzawuthi kule mfanekiso olandelayo kuyawubonakala umfanekiso wepolisa ele labulawa ukuba labulawa kuyo loo ndawo.
If the video could just be rewound a little, what we think we see in the footage of the police officers running across the screen from about this point is 1 or 2 policemen with their hands extended shooting at fleeing protesters.
Xa sijonga phaya kukho elinye lamapolisa elibonakala uba liphethe umpu liyadubula lijongise ngakuba qhankqalazi.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think there are a lot of people there, to which is my colleague referring to, the police officer.
Maybe the best way of dealing with this is for us to produce a still shot where we circle the person to whom we are referring, and we can distribute that later. We wanted to identify it now at this point on the video. People can then make their submissions in relation to our observations and theirs. We can use a mouse, but I would need to be in the control room for the mouse unless Mr. Wesley is able to do that. I take that to be an indication that Mr. Wesley can identify the man with the mouse. With the mouse, Mr. Wesley will identify the man whom we say is shooting.
Uza kusikhombisa uWesley phaya phezulu uza kulatha lo muntu athi nguyena odubulayo. Nanso ke lento ihamba phaya ibonisa lo muntu ekuthiwa uyadubulayo and lento ekuthiwa yi-mouse.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, the other aspect that we would like to have clarity on, is this presentation going to be backed up by evidence from the evidence leader's side?
The only evidence that we propose tendering in relation to this video, should it be disputed, is where it was, the point from which it was taken and the time at which it was taken. We're only making observations in relation to what we see on the video and matters to which we would like the attention of the parties drawn.
Apha sikhombisa nje lemfanekiso ukubonisa okokuba zenzeka phi naphi ezi zinto xa kukho into ekhanyelayo iyawukhanyelwa xa kuza aba bazongqina okokuba ngabo abathatha ezi video bazithatha kuphi.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we've got a problem with that kind of approach because here we are being told that, you know...
If necessary, some of the people who are pictured on the video can be called. You can call them. If you don't call them, the evidence leaders can subpoena them. They can give evidence. The video can be shown to them. They can explain it. I don't think we need to waste time about it now.
Asingachithi ixesha ngento engekho xa kukho abantu abangabizwa apha njengamanqina bazawubizwa noma bebizwa ngawubani xa kukho into abafuna ukuyiphikisa nokuyikhanyela.
Be ultimately a question of argument as to what one can see, whether one's observations are correct. And we will have to obviously decide whether such arguments are correct or not. But it's not necessary to stop the video show at the moment for that purpose.
Ngasinawuthi simise imiboniso le kwangoku ngoba kukho izinto ekufanele zijongwe apha kuzakwenziwa ngazo izinqumo ekugqibeleni.
Mr. Chairperson, this is the shot to which I alluded earlier. That, if one looks again on the line of those lights, those policemen are clustered around a fallen colleague.
Uthi ke phaya kume khona lamapolisa kukho phakathi kwabo oswelekile woxaba.
If we can move to the next video, which is the same scene taken from a slightly different angle, which is camera 482, CCTV camera 482 of Lonmin, which is a fixed camera at the capital offices. It's in the same directory. The file is 1308-2012, camera 482. Sorry, it's not in the same directory. The equivalent of 1308-2012 camera 426 is 1308-2012 camera 482. That is the directory in which this footage, from which this footage is taken. We're going to show a clip which on the timeline of the Lonmin CCTV camera runs from 2:23:34 to 2:30. 2:23:34 to 2:30, The times are not necessarily accurate, but they give a broad indication of when this was taking place.
Apha uthetha ngomfanekiso ozoboniswa ngoku. Le photo ithethwe yi-CCTV camera esibini yaphaya kwaLonmin. Ngexesha elilodwa nalena enye kodwa thatha kwelinye icala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Those are our videos of the 13th of August.
Ezi zividiyo ke ziphela ngomhla ka-13 kwinyanga ka-August.
On the 14th of August, or in respect of the 14th of August, we have only one video which we would like to show, which is a video which comes from a series of the discovery of the body of Mr. Twala. So if Mr. Twala's family would not want to see this footage, we would notify them now that it is going to be fairly graphic footage.
Lo mfanekiso ulandelayo ke uveza umzimba kaMurphy uThwala. Sisicelo ke futhi kokuba xa kukho izalamane zikaThwala apha izihlobo zakhe, familia ga Murphy uThwala yathatha mo video ngiyena bathi ukushanqa nje kancane baphumele phandle kancane. Re tswela hore family yo e tswele kantle hanyane ha ile hore ba teng ka mona.
Before we get to this video, we should also say that on the SAPS presentation, slide 90 had video clips which were taken from a composite file which is called rituals1.mp4. That composite file is to be found on the SAPS hard drive in a directory /videos/2012-08-14. The footage in that composite file can be found in its original form in various clips that are taken from some of the files between 029.mts and 043.mts on the SAPS hard drive in the directory /videos/2012-08-14. We don't propose to show those files again, but if the SAPS are to show them, we would invite them to show the original files, which can be found somewhere between 029 and 043 in that directory. If we can now proceed to the footage of the discovery of the body of Mr. Twala. This footage is, we're just taking one clip. There is a whole series of clips that charts the arrival of the police on the scene and the identification of Mr. Twala's body.
Lumboniso ubonisa apho kufikeni kwamapolisa nasekutholakalen kamzimba kaMurphy uThwala.
They're all to be found in that same directory /videos/2012-08-14. Mr. Chairperson, that takes us to the previously vacant Exhibit BB, which is reserved for the 15th of August. Between when I spoke to you last and now, we have decided to show some video footage, which is the video footage of the arrival of Mr. Zokwana and Mr. Matunjwa to the scene at the striking of the striking mine workers at Kopi 1 on the evening of the 15th of August, and the speech made by Mr. Matunjwa from inside Nyala on that evening. The
Phake kuzokhonjiswa umfanekiso ewathathwa xa kufika utata uZokwana noMathunjwa bazawuthi ke baveze apha kube khona nalapho uMathunjwa ethetha khona ephakathi kwehipo yamapolisa iNyala.
These videos are taken from the SAPS hard drive in the /videos/2012-08-15 directory, and they were taken by Warrant Officer Ndlovu, and they have relatively accurate date and timestamps on them, save for the fact that they are a month out, that the calendar was set for the wrong month. So they have dates in September, which should be dates in August, but in other respects, the times are broadly accurate. The first clip that we will show very briefly is the arrival of Mr. Zokwana, and that is at 5:46 according to the camera of Mr. Ndlovu. And it is slide 124 in the SAPS presentation.
Ozawuvela kuqala ke utata
We show that merely to put a time on Mr. Zokwana's presence at the scene. The next three are, which I would ask be shown consecutively, are files 036, 037, and 038, which record the arrival of Mr. Matunjwa on the scene and negotiations between Mr. Matunjwa and some of the SAPS members on how Mr. Matunjwa was going to be able to address the mine workers. The first of these clips, 036, was slide 127 in the SAPS presentation.
kule gqidle esikhombise kufika kaZokwana kule kukhonjiswe kufikeni kukaMathunjwa.
walking to the body, and then just in front of them, they will stand there. What we say? What we simply say, you can come with your car, but you just walk. On our own, just go and walk. The food that you are giving, is that your exercise? These are human beings. We are immune. We are not afraid of them. We did nothing wrong.
Apha niyeva intetho eyenzeka lana kufike aba babili kuthiwa kuyawuthethwa nalaba bantu ngoku kuyaxoxiswana pha ukuba bazawuya kanjani. Uthi umathunja nalomnye bazawuhamba bona ngezinyawo, amapolisa angeza ngeenyala zawo. Kukho ungavani apho bathi aba hayi sizohamba ngabantu laba besinabo asiboyiki sizawuhamba thina ngezinyawo. Apha incazelo evela kwipolisa ukuthi makungabi khona ukungevani phakathi kwenu nani ngoba sisebenza kunye masizama ukuthi senze uxolo apha. Apha amapolisa bethi ku mathunja xa bethi bona bazohamba ngeenyawo athi amapolisa wakwazi ukuba athathe olo xanduva bathi bafuna ukuba bakhuseleke ngalo lonke ixesha yiko nje bafuna ukuba bahambe nabo ngenyala.
Mr. Chairperson, the upshot of that negotiation was that Mr. Matunjwa ended up addressing the miners from within the Nyala, and that is what the next two videos depict.
Uthi ke ivideo ezawulandela apha ku apho umathunja sangene phakathi kwehipo esethetha nabantu aba ephakathi kwenqwele yamapolisa inyala.
And just to give a time, the first video, the first clip that we will see starts at 6:09 on the 15th, or approximately 6:09.
Kwakuzi 15 ngexesha kungu 9 minutes emva kwa 6
p.m.
6 wakusihlwa. The very first person counted amandla, meaning power, and then he said, "Comrades, I'm going to ask you to listen to me." He gives his name as Baby Borman. I'm working at Karua. Karia, at Karia. I am a chairman of AMCO. The situation is such that we are not allowed to come out of this vehicle. We are told to speak from within This vehicle, we can't come out. As I said, comrades, I'm going to ask you to give me a hearing. As you know, comrades, Comrade Steve is not here today. You know what the position is. As you know, comrades, Comrade Steve is a wanted person by the man in whose vehicle we are. I'm going to ask Comrade to explain fully what it is that you have come to say at this place. I ask you to listen, comrades. Start by saying viva, workers, viva. As we had already explained to you, comrades, it wasn't the way we wanted to. It wasn't our choice to come to you in the police vehicle. We wanted to come personally to talk to you, but you have now been made by the law. As a term I didn't understand, if you could play back. We have been turned into what it refers to as wetu by the law.
It's weku, Chairman. Weku. Meaning people who have no backbones.
Could be repeated again. Possibly I didn't get it very clear. It's true. We are being made weku. It's spineless people. The one addressing you is Dumisani. It's Dumisani from AMCU. I want to say, comrades, we are with you at all times. As I said, we wanted to talk to you, comrade. We wanted to talk to you about the situation which is facing us. And the difficulties that we are facing. But comrades, we wanted to come and hear from you. If the last piece would just be repeated, didn't come very clear. We took it upon ourselves to come to you here so as to hear from you, comrades. Amandla. ends up by saying, be strong, worker, be strong. Again, a repetition of be strong, worker, be strong. As I have already said, comrades, I'm accompanied by the Honorable, the President of AMCU, who would also like to talk to you. As I have already indicated, it was not our wish to speak to you from inside this vehicle, but it's because of the law, power. Utters the word amandla in Xhosa, and there's a reaction from the crowd, power, and then he says the same word again in Shangan, matimba, which also means power. He says here, pansing of gundwane pansi, which means down with I'll use the exact word, the mouse, but igundwane in this respect would mean a person who, some sellout. I am now going to ask the President to talk to you. As you know that we were here on Monday and we were to talk to Umkashi, the employer. I now have before you the President of AMCU, who will first greet you and then give a report to you. So that we discuss and see what way forward we can take power. Started by saying Viva and then say Amandla, which is power in Xhosa and Zulu. And then he says Matla in Sotho, which is the same word for power. Viva to the worker, viva. Africa should come back, let it come back. Forward with the union of the workers, forward. I am so sorry, comrades, that I'm coming to you for the very first time to come and talk to you, and I'm talking to you from behind the locks. That when you put in your monies into the unions, we don't get locked up. If that last piece could be repeated. That when you give us your money as unions, that we should not, that should not be locked up. Power. But because we are so committed to South Africa, that is why we found ourselves in the position in which we now are. I believe, I hope, comrades, that you are going to forgive me for the condition in which I now find myself in. The matter that is now above my control, I had wished to come and talk to you personally, because we are not animals, we are human beings. That you are not animals, you are human beings, children of God, people who are born from the same mother. Power. As you all know, comrade, what happened here at Impala, and there's somebody interjecting. The person says, no, I mean at Lonmin, and then says, apologize, I mean at Lonmin, comrades. What happened is we did talk to your employer now in the evening. Spoke to your employer now in the evening, where we all met together with leaders of other unions, the leaders of the other different unions. We all ended up thinking, looking at how the situation we are facing should be resolved. We said to the employer, the workers that are presently on strike for demanding their rights, we said the strike that has led up to what the position is presently, we wanted the employer to give us a guarantee that the union should give us the guarantee that what worries our members, he would address together with their union.
Excuse me, Chairman, I think the interpretation, I think it was just, let me say, it was the employer, not the union, should give guarantee. The employer should give guarantee.
Oh, I'm sorry to have If I
No,
use the
I-
word
I
union, it
understand.
was actually umqashi, the employer.
Yes, no, I understand that. but
Thank you.
The record will show otherwise.
That the employer should give the guarantee that he will talk to us as your unions, and he said the people that you chose. So that you get those things that you are demanding. The employer said he binds himself to agreeing that if things would go back to normal, that the employees would go back to work, the union that they select, he would be prepared to talk to. One other thing that we spoke about was that nobody should be, whose services should be terminated, nobody should be fired from work. We also spoke about that, comrades. One other thing that was also raised there was that we were told that the place where you are now present has been declared a security zone by the police. Which means that this place is no more under the control of lawmen. That this place is now under the government, it is being controlled by the police. What we succeeded then in doing was that the police should just persevere, allow us to come and talk to you. What the interpretation of Endlo Emnyama, as you as African people, that we should come and talk to you. I'm sorry, if you could just turn back a bit, there's something I lost. We asked the police to persevere, to allow us to come and talk to you, so that we go back and talk to the employer, and that if there is a deadlock, and then we use the way to the CCMA. So that everything we do thereafter should be protected.
ngoba isimo esesibhekene naso ngoku kuyisimo lesi esiyoba ngaphezu kwamandla ethu ngoba sazi.
Because the situation that we are now approaching is going to be something that would be beyond our control.
Kwamandla ethu ngoba sazile comrade ukuthi abasebenzi asikakhululeki kwezomnotho siva ubuhlungu kuba ngale xesha lamanje.
Because we know, comrades, that as workers, we still do not have the freedom pertaining to the economy.
Ku-18 years ku-democracy kuseyabasebenzi abasathola u-4,000 imali.
In that 18 years into our democracy, there are workers who are still getting, is it 400 rand? 4,000 rand.
4,000 rand imali.
4,000 rand, yes. Money that would need you to budget for the whole year in order to be able to buy a loaf of bread. But I want to say to you, the children of, he refers to the Zulu and the Xhosa kingdom, I want to plead with you I want to plead with you, comrades, to please support me. To have allowed me to come and speak to you so that we come to an agreement as to how we can go back to work without the employer having to fire anyone. So that the employer should take, should recognize the complaints that which worries you into consideration. So that he takes what your complaints are into consideration, and that is the reason I have come to you today, comrades. I would also appreciate it, comrade, to hear from leaders that were chosen from amongst you, comrades, who have any opinions that we could listen to. We know, comrades, that the power is yours as workers. We know that the decisions are yours, but the situation we are presently facing that is what actually forced me when I realized that workers were seated at such and such a place. How would it be possible for me to sleep? What will I say to the God in heavens? I want to plead with you. I am pleading with you to trust me, comrade. I've never spoken to you. I've never negotiated on your behalf. At this moment, I'm pleading, I'm going on my knees to say, my brothers, please listen to me. Have no doubt about what I am saying with those words. I will at this stage, with these words, I want to say, I am putting it back to you, comrades, that after 18 years of our freedom, that put your trust in me so that we look into whether the problem that is facing you cannot be resolved. So that your complaints are listened to and addressed, and he ends up by shouting, power. The same word in the Tsonga language in Shangaan. Word in the Sotho language. Come back, Africa, come back. I thank you, my brothers. I will now hand over to the chairman of AMCU to add on to the words that I spoke to you. Comrades, we are here fighting for the rights of the workers as AMCU, not any other organization, if that could be just repeated. We want to say, not only as AMCO or any other union, but because we know it is workers that are seated here. But that it was necessary to explain to you who is it that is talking to you, power. We are now going to ask those that are going to be your representative to move forward so that we can talk personally to them.
Mr. Chairperson, that concludes our video footage from the 15th. There doesn't appear to be any further video footage of consequence in relation to that interaction between Mr. Matunjwa and the AMCU representatives and the crowd of mine workers. That takes us to this.
Esinye isiqephu esikhombisa okokuba kwaqhutshekwa ngale ntetho phakathi kuAMCO uMathunjwa nalaba abanye.
Mr. Justice, if the next video footage you wish to show us relates to the 16th, it's nearly 4 o'clock. Seems an appropriate stage for us to take the adjournment until tomorrow morning, 9:30.
Sizaze singene ngomso kusasa ngo 9:30. Enkosi kakhulu mawethu.